Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? Yes, he's back. No?
My good man.
I was eating chips. Please allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. I can't make a British accent, but yeah, that's my bet.
Do you want to keep doing it, Jade? Since you did it last time.
Yes, I am. I am up to keep doing it, but this is the same line as last session.
Oh, so it's.
This is just the you got it wrong.
Alright, so you told me it was his band.
It is.
Bandana.
That was a joke.
Oh. No.
Truth be told, I don't actually know what it wants you to point out. My guess would be the finger, but that led to Sholmes being like, obviously this was set up by the person who did it, but like, there's still something else that's unnatural.
Maybe his other hand, since it's like a fist.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I think you may.
Yeah, I'm smart. Give me just 1 second so I can put my microphone a bit better for the sound.
Do you like it when I stand like this?
Okay, sound should be a bit more like usual now. Yeah. Alright, if you really fell due to an unfortunate incident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right.
The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago.
You did?
Oh my god.
And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please! You're the fist master!
No.
Why, of course. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
A croissant.
I know who that is. A croissant, oui.
Right.
Oh no, quick
Oh.
hit.
Would
Yes,
either of you two like
right.
to take Osanaga?
Yeah, I guess
Yes,
I can.
I'll do it, guys.
I don't know,
Okay.
maybe me because I always have just one. You can take the other Russian. Okay. Let me try my best cook and impression. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty. But what does it tell us?
It tells us nothing.
I'm not sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before.
Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key.
What?
The truth is now tantalizingly close.
How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist?
That is the final clue. The last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
Oh, interesting.
Oh no, she's so sad.
She has a pretty little earring on.
Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Oh,
What?
and on your other ear. There seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose.
Now, the missing crescent moon was found on the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asaki must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asaki's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him.
Oh my god.
But then the question is, why did Mr. Asuki do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh no.
Angel?
Angel?
Oh, sorry, that was you. No one can protect you now.
Yeah.
Please, please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth last night. What did you do to Kazuma?
Cat. Yeah.
Actually, I think that was a.
Ah.
When I think about
What I
everything
think
that...
of-
No, that's me. Oh, maybe you too?
Yeah. No, babe.
I think this
I
might be
think it's-
Pavlova.
Yeah. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax at this after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! Yeah.
Miss Pavlova, you sound different today. What happened?
I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator.
She was sus.
Yeah. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Dark could not come back. Knock knock. Who's there?
It's me.
Look. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Or is it me?
Miguel. He's alive.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. A very close friend. Yeah. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind and fabulous. He helped me to find Darka. And he promised not to tell anyone.
So I killed him.
Yeah. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Mr. Kazuma, what happened to your voice?
Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before.
I love the case of schizophrenia when people keep talking to themselves during this dub.
Oh my god. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, not that name. My heart didn't stop when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from Lani the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Why is everyone
Very into the
racist?
arts.
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. I'm a huge ballet stan. The beat of the ballet made a deep impression of me. Slay Queen. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. Can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth, and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Secret, don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him?
Oh no.
Then it happened. Everything at once.
I don't know how his bandana just spawns at the back of his head.
It's a law of physics.
It's like a little sprout.
It wasn't a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted. And then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the gentleman's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
That's when you want to fetch help? From Simon Stroganov, who was on duty in the passageway.
I heard Nina cry out and fell on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef."
If they found out, I would be... Please. Oh yeah, no, it's you. Sorry.
I have nowhere to go.
So you decided to help.
That's not me anymore.
And that's when you arrange things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door?
Yes. I went to the cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping.
Right, and that's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign.
Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent.
I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote so the person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway.
Check this out.
Quicken is on the road, and he's lurking. Hello, Quickens.
Yeah, hello,
Be
Cookin.
safe.
Yeah, have a safe trip.
And
Yeah,
tell
big
me.
shout out.
What if the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
It was in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job.
By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway?
Yes. Accordingly, the SS Boya did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolts in the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery.
You see, one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
Um, it was what he said first. That made me scared.
What he said first?
What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend.
Ah, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me.
It was Hosanaga's fault again.
So before he could pull the bell cord, I killed the man. May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Sagi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
I think he was going to hit the gritty.
Yeah. Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make.
Oh my god, do we really need to make a deduction? Like,
Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment?
me, I was the action.
Amagadi.
Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed?
Oh.
Whither?
Wait, you can see into the past?
First, consider the victim's location within his cabin.
That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for the entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night, when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, it's exactly how it was.
Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gay can reveal all manner of truth. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where they land.
Yeah.
So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Clearly, he
Ah.
was looking at the bed because he was fed
No.
up with shit. And I was joking.
No, I know it was the wardrobe. Kazuma had placed a large book of lore underneath his pillow. I believe he was going to consult that book in order to find a way to help you. Although I'm not quite sure how Japanese law would have been relevant, but still.
Mr. Naruhodo. The truth is absolute, You cannot see someone look one way, but follow their gaze another.
Sorry, I had a feeling it was wrong.
From where I'm standing, it was quite wrong. You appear to be out by a fair margin. Actually, no. You were out by a mile. I shouldn't even know what those are yet.
Sorry.
I should be saying kilometer. No one knows the workings of a man's mind better than his greatest friend, surely.
Yes, I know him well. At the very least, I'm convinced of one thing. Kazuma wouldn't have just called a crewman or the captain in that situation.
According to Miss Pavlova, Kazuma's exact words were, I could use another opinion here.
Whose opinion was he
knows
hoping
what's
for?
happened.
I feel sure I ought to know. So when he turned away, Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? And there's not much choice. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord.
Yes, however. What is directly beside the bell cord? The bed. And also the wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
Yes, he was going back to the closet.
And, more importantly,
Oh my god.
what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
As you say, it was I who was in the wardrobe.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion. No, give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
Oh no. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Just like Kazuma.
Oh my god.
No, he was unfortunately dumped to the sea. He was stinking up the ship. And also his corpse was starting to smell.
What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort it all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's an exile for life. I see.
I'm sorry.
Seaman Stroganoff?
I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of, you know. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. But
I did not let you free. That was not me. No, it was me. I did it.
well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Duh.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now.
I have a cabin?
Oh my god.
Looks like my study tour of the Great Britain is over before it's even began then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san?
Naruto-san, sorry, I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hasunaga just told me I should pack, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
Hmm. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that.
Susato-san.
He has such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain, so many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident.
I mean, not really, but...
Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know.
I wish there was something. Oh wait, no, I think this is Hosonaga.
I wish there was something I could say.
Sure.
My duty was to see Asuki-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down, and I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. Never again.
Oh my god.
Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo.
What? What is the meaning of this?
Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing these shackles.
Kinky.
Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting.
Sorry?
So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all.
He thinks this is funny?
Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all of your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asaga's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer be... go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue shortly.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Do you see one here?
Qualifications, you say?
Can you point to the lawyer?
Yeah.
Not in the sky, Dick Nibs. Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but that's racist.
Unfortunately, it's true. But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes.
Miss Susato? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it?
No, that's fraud.
No,
But
that's
you-
fraud!
But you're not a lawyer, Miss Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's a chance it could work.
But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I have a month in which to study to learn what I must be... Yeah, in a month.
Mr. Naruhodo.
That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate.
I will kill you
But-
myself.
Don't put yourself in such a difficult position. For Kazuma, he said there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I will be a great ace attorney.
Yes.
What do you say?
I think you're nuts, but I like it.
Oh my gosh, she smiles. It's so unsettling.
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you.
So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say?
Are you serious?
One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable.
No, this is madness.
No, this is Sparta. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree?
Fascinating.
Duty and rules are the dual routine of existence that we all harbor. Give us interest. Give us fascination.
Speak for yourself.
Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passage of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage.
Charles, do you have a crush on me?
I will be your yandere.
Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarter, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhiro?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I'm a judicial assistant after all.
As isn't, oh, interesting.
And Mr. Naruhiro, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karma. It's a great sword that's been in Yasuki clan for generations.
Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it. Always. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhiro. Take my little book, my dictionary, and for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study and enjoyment. Yay!
Yes, that's exactly what I need. Yay.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Goodness. What is it?
Please throw me to the ground. 3 times.
Oh my.
Should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That would have been obvious to me from the start. I've been a bad girl. But I always suspicion to get the better of me. I allowed, and no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
You're in shock. You just found out about me stowing away.
No! I will let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times.
Can
Ah.
throw you?
That number keeps creeping out, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Throw me, Mr. Naruhodo.
I mean, if you ask me, let's go.
Stay hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about me.
No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life.
I'll do it. Oh, and Reggie. Hello. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Schultz.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed.
When did he see that?
I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation is of an ancient jiu-jitsu technique.
Apparently, it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me.
How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer.
There he goes, dancing around again. He actually hits her. like he...
She's happy about it.
like his hand literally cleaves through her face.
She's into it.
Yeah.
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored. Throw me.
With pleasure.
Yay!
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course.
Not on me.
Mr. Naruto.
No.
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh, yes. Arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
Behold, the Shulm squash!
My
Yeah.
groggy state of consciousness. A scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind.
Blade.
Karuma?
That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan.
I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely.
The policeman's sword is his soul, Ryusuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Hiruma guides me. I truly believe that.
So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling.
On that subject, something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me.
Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what it was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London.
Yay, we're gonna visit the Skelly! Yay! Yay! We did it, guys! Yay! Oh my god.
Oh, you remembered.
I always
Yeah.
remember.
Except for the times that you've forgotten.
2 days before the crime.
It's almost 2 weeks now since we left Japan. I can't believe how quickly time has gone. So, our next port of call will be Shanghai. Who's there? Who could it be at this hour?
A detective.
A detective? Who?
Adachi?
A great detective. You always say the dumbest shit.
No, I wanted to say Akechi no Tadachi.
I don't get it. What's a great detective?
If you would just be so kind as to open the door.
Oh, yes, sorry. Of course.
And now I kill you.
Is something wrong, detective? Are you investigating a case?
Wherever a great detective goes, a great case occurs. Great cases occur. Indeed, I am the root of all evil.
Oh, no, Taeyeon.
He
No.
finally admits.
Sorry? I don't think you want you in my cabin.
It's not as if you have a tool to slice it in two. Under our very noses on this steamship, a terrible theft has just occurred.
What?
You noticed, I presume, the brief power failure a short while ago.
Oh, yes. The power could have been out for more than 10 minutes, though.
Indeed. Yet that was ample time for this wicked crime to be perpetrated.
I see. Well, clearly it's a case that needs investigating.
Precisely. The culprit ran away in this direction, down the first class cabin passageway here.
Really? The thief came this way?
I'm quite sure of it. It may have escaped the attention of the dim-witted crew, but not of the great detective. To that end, I would be obliged if you would allow me to investigate here in this cabin.
Well,
How curious. Is there some reason why it would inconvenience you to have your cabin searched?
inconvenience me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all,
Do you have a skeleton in your closet?
kind of. There's a stowaway in that boardroom right over there. It's just me here, you see, no one else. So you might perhaps want to focus your attention on one of the other first-class cabins.
As it happens, you are the only first-class passenger at present. The other cabins are vacant.
Oh!
Did that rather tragic grumbling of the stomach arise from within you, my good fellow?
Of course. As I said, I'm the only person here. It's not long until dinner time now, so perhaps we could do this afterwards?
I do apologize, sir, but it is of the first importance that investigation is not delayed. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Wait, where did he go?
I'm in your walls. Oh no, never mind. I'm right here.
How did he suddenly move all the way over there?
Yes, without a doubt, this is a wardrobe. And if the culprit were to be hiding in the cabin, it would have to be inside this wardrobe. I shall need to examine this wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you have no objection?
I'm sorry, but I want to have to decline. Really, you won't find any.
Hush.
Is your wardrobe sick?
Yes, it has a flu.
Did those two rather tragic sneezes arise from your good self?
Of course it did. As I said, I'm the only person in here.
You have a curious knack of talking while sneezing, then. Twice, no less.
This is going to be a tough one to argue.
Can you teach me? I was watching you quite intently, sir, and I assure you I saw no signs of a sneeze.
Yonosuke could have held his nose.
As I was saying, I shall need to examine this wardrobe.
We've had it now then. The game's up.
The game's afoot, even.
Oh no.
Nobody hiding in there, it seems.
What?
I've run free! You seem surprised.
No, not at all. Yes, I am. He was in there for sure. I shut the doors on him myself. Knock, knock, knock.
I had to go use the
What
restroom.
is-
Can I come back in the wardrobe?
More visitors? How's this now?
Excusing me!
Oh, Seaman Strajanov?
Sorry for disturbing, but crime has been committed on board ship.
Yes, I heard. A terrible theft, apparently.
How do you know this?
Ah, well, the detective here just informed me, you see.
Detective?
Yes, I assume you must have asked him to investigate. Detective, could you?
No, I don't know this man. Also, I'm gone.
Where did he go?
I must ask you to cooperate with investigation into this crime. Fully.
Uh-oh, he's glaring at the wardrobe already.
I hate wardrobes. Why is there smelling it? Well done. You found me.
What are you doing hiding in my closet?
I came out.
Yeah.
My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of concealment in such a place. And I would say that, at a push, a human could survive for up to 5 minutes in that cramped space.
Yunosuke's been there for a fortnight. Is he not human?
He has that victory royale.
Oh my god.
Who are you? Shh, this is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime.
You mean to say?
Yes, there can be no doubt that the culprit of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself within this wardrobe. What?
But that's impossible. He couldn't have done. Because my best friend was in there the entire time. Or at least I thought he was.
How can you be sure of this? Elementary, my dear fellow. The criminal left behind the most revealing evidence. How else could you explain these 3 bones?
So he actually had some
He was-
skeletons in the closet.
Yeah.
You were wondering where Zayon was. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh no.
He's right. Look at those knot bones in there. And 3 of them.
oh, the criminal has escaped this time, but I will find him and crush him.
Could I ask you something, Detective?
No. Why, yes, of course. I am always delighted to answer an inquiring mind.
In this terrible theft, what exactly was stolen?
Aha!
A
What
chicken.
else? But some steaks on the rib bone.
Huh? Did you say steaks on the rib bone?
For this evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks was stolen from the ship's kitchen. Only a short time
The
ago.
chicken. This ship has a chicken.
There was malfunction with generator, and ship was without light for 10 minutes. Chef who saw criminal said he ran away down first-class passageway. And now I am on his tail. Therefore, he is a furry. I'm afraid to say, dear fellow, that your man is no longer in this cabin. But how? Through the cabin door, no less.
He went to Narnia.
Having devoured
Yeah.
his hole in this wardrobe, the culprit discarded the bones and concealed himself within Narnia, behind the cabin door as you came inside. Then, when attention was turned to the wardrobe, he seized his chance to escape through the open door. What? Make haste, my good man. After the culprit. I shall follow presently.
It.
Something troubles you, sir. I think maybe criminal is not running away at all.
What are you suggesting?
Now I know where the dog is buried, Mr. Asogi.
Me?
Ah, when I think you are culprit, everything is falling in places. The criminal that disappeared in first-class passageway, the bones in the wardrobe. All clues are pointing their fingers at you.
Don't be ridiculous. I would never.
Yes, of course. I established at once that you couldn't be the perpetrator of this crime.
You did?
Why? How are you so sure? My dear fellow, there are but 2 things in this world on which one can rely on with total certainty. What 2 things? The first is the word of a great detective, and the second... The second is the tragic rumbling of an empty belly.
Ah, not again.
When I first entered this cabin, there did arise from this gentleman a belly rumbling so odiously tragic that it confirmed beyond all doubt that the man had not eaten a single rib steak in some time, let alone 3.
Why do I have to suffer this humiliation when I've done nothing wrong?
Curses! I will catch this thief! He cannot have gone far! Indeed, assuming he decided against a post-meal constitutional swim. Well, if you'll excuse me now, my apologies for upsetting your evening.
Detective, one moment, please.
Yes?
That was a most remarkable deduction. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me your name?
No. Ah, it quite slipped my mind. You have been talking with the one and only Herlock Sholmes!
Oh my god. I see. I'm a huge fan. Well, I'm Kazuma Sogi. I'm a student on my way to the land of the Skelly.
That's crazy, but I didn't ask. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Asogi. Oh, and before I forget,
Yes?
I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden on this vessel. So you would do well to conceal the stowaway currently lying low under your bed as carefully as possible.
Oh my god. Oh, Under the bed?
I bid you farewell then, Mr. Asogi. Try not to die.
Yeah. He's uncovered our secret. I suppose I should have expected nothing less of a great detective.
Can I come out from under the bed now?
I never saw it coming.
Now then. When did you move in under the bed? I thought we had it when he opened the wardrobe door.
Well, it was thanks to that split-second chance you engineered.
That I what?
You distracted him for a moment, remember? When you suggested that he investigated the other cabins instead.
Oh, yes. He turned to look towards the corridor, didn't he?
Well, I couldn't see what he was doing, of course. But I thought to myself, it's now or never. And the next thing I knew, I was under the bed.
You really know how to keep me scared, don't you? Anyway, what's all this about the lipsticks, eh?
Sorry about that. I've just been so hungry. You only fed me half a chicken. Well, you should know you've been splitting all your meals with me. You must be starving too, surely.
Right, and you.
And there was that power cut before, wasn't there? For about 10 minutes.
So it was then.
I got a whiff of the most delicious smell. And I thought to myself, it's now or never. The next thing I knew, I had the steak in my hand.
This man just can't help getting himself into trouble. Well, alright. You were hungry. But 3 steaks? Thanks to you, 3 criminals are going to go without tonight, I imagine.
No, it was just the one.
What?
I only took one rib steak from the kitchen. That's all.
But I don't understand.
I'm sure glad I was able to have those 2 ribsticks.
Hey, I'm not that selfish. If it's only 3 steaks, at least I've tossed one your way.
I'm not your pet dog. Well, sometimes.
But you're a good boy.
Yeah. Well, in that case, who stole the other 2?
Do you think? Could they be a ghost on the board? I'm meat-loving ghost.
There can only have been a single bone in the wardrobe when Ryunosuke moved to hide under the bed. Which means that the other 2 bones can only have been put there by one very flesh and blood person.
Oh, it's so funny. We're now at the coastal ship.
A great detective or a great mischief maker? Either way, I think I'd like to spend a little more time getting to know that man. The great Lock Sholmes.
Thank you for putting emphasis on that.
So the Skelly lost his bones.
Oh no! The bones. Yeah. Oh yeah.
The runaway room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain...
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by...
Falcon,
Yeah,
these
like
things
that.
are narrated.
Oh.
You don't hear
Oh,
the,
sorry.
the voice?
No, babe. I can hear the voice.
That's so weird. But yeah, it is dubbed.
I don't get why Discord is so selective of what sounds are being broadcasted.
Yeah, it's so
Oh
weird.
no. Yeah, but it's okay.
Carriage
It's okay.
as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
I mean,
And-
there you should have the voice, I think.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Look, they like eggies.
I'm trying to see if I recognize some of the places.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
What is that? The
You
tower?
did hear, yeah, you did hear the voices, right?
Yeah.
That's so weird. Like, the first cutscene doesn't have the voices, but the second has. 9 days after the previous case. Can't believe we were already on trial in the Supreme Court. What an incredible place.
So imposing. It's almost suffocating.
This, I mean, let me try to make the British accent now. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress.
There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from.
It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the difference than just construction materials.
Yeah, they have books for some reason.
What is this place again?
This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Also, look at those gears. This is steampunk.
The Lord Chief Justice.
We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we have arrived from Japan.
Kazuma can't.
No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death.
Yes.
And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done.
So, we have to return to Japan.
If we want to remain here in Britain,
I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour.
yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer.
Which is what I've been studying for.
Here in Great Britain, it is Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London.
I hope I'm up to scratch.
Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
Daddy? Sorry?
I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies.
Oh no, we don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do.
How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mel Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire.
Male.
Oh, I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot.
Come on, Mr. Naruto, don't be a mouse.
Oh, it's an honor to meet
Yes,
you.
don't be a mouse.
Lord Chief Daddy Strongheart. I'm Marina Sukanarada from the Empire of Japan.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of the glorious British Empire.
Ah, yes, thank you. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this?
No. To accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. Would require something in the region of 24 seconds of my time.
Sorry?
Does the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo?
Let's leave it for now. Actually, he just stole German
24 seconds of my time.
These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they?
Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind.
But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more suspicious if they were weighting more heavily on the not guilty side, I think.
Very impartial, I'm sure.
Yes, it is I, Kazuma Sogi.
He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain.
I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here, but he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place.
I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though.
24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, let me just look around behind you.
This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. Marbles, yeah!
Yeah. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me.
I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo.
It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here.
I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure.
Is this some kind of clock?
Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock.
Are we in the Big Ben?
But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive either.
It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean.
Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they?
I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certainly you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about the precise rhythm. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room.
I believe they're suits of armor.
All
It is here,
right.
right in my dictionary.
I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrines gates.
No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know? And they roam around in the middle of the night.
Really?
They get a little quirky at night.
Is there nothing you don't know, Mr. Sato?
This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask.
Who wrote the book, Susato?
So Sato, do you have all of Wikipedia in there?
It's a Bible.
I'm going to be late for lunch with Mummy.
Oh no.
So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London?
Oh, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got there that I can't remember a single thing about the city.
It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh?
We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words.
I'm glad to hear that you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead everything revolutionary, new technology. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded.
Oh yes, astounded is the word.
Thanks for receiving me there, Susato-san.
And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor.
Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London.
Great exhibition?
Culture and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of all kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop.
Yay, French slender.
Oh my god. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world.
Sir,
Wait,
I think you have birds in your clock.
The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun.
Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you?
Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves.
That's right.
The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores.
That's amazing. The news reached it before we even arrived.
My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours.
Oh, thank you.
And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news.
Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
And they tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed.
No, don't deport us.
Well, if you just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madam?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhiro here would like to make a proposal.
I'm flattered.
Oh my god.
What do you know? Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
I mean, Daddy. This is the moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, sorry, Daddy, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead?
Don't misunderstand me. British would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done.
Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean.
Do you know one? Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand.
Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right... Oh, hi Morse.
Hey, hello, Mars.
Just can't seem to find the right words to say, man.
Mr. Naruhiro.
Yeah, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's...
Oh my god.
Savvy. Don't fuck with Strongheart.
It's only been 40 days since Kasuma died, and yes, I studied as hard as possible I could. But can I really stand before this terrifying man and claim that I can do the job? Sorry, I didn't know what I was thinking. Of course, only one lawyer. But I'm not sure if I can stand before this terrifying woman in the game that I can't. I'll end up upside down on the floor if I do that. No.
You'll end
That
up
I'm
inside
scared.
the floor.
That I'm scared of a suicidal takedown, obviously. But still, perhaps. It's me. Oh, even the game was like, no, don't do it.
No, don't fuck around. Then why give the player the choice? Is that so?
I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but
No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer.
I have acted as a lawyer in court before, mind you. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But crossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment of the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on the board of the SS Buria.
The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must complete several years of training.
I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Cause my Mr. Asuga's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he had thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. So yeah, I was Irish for a second.
Gee,
I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any taste you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please.
31 seconds.
Sorry, this again?
Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you, which is a skill that would stand you good, and which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Sorry, I'm still getting through public speaking.
Oh, thanks.
So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment.
Hmm?
But let me ask you one thing first, sir.
Yeah?
You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path?
Well, yes. That's my intention. Am I imagining things? What did he plan? Did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden?
Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you.
Really? So, what form will the test take exactly?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be?
Oh, defending people, of course.
Well said. So, let's have you defend someone.
Huh?
oh my god.
Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today.
Is that going to be the other British lady? No. Oh, she was
No
supposed to be in
advocate has been
Shanghai.
appointed. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet. So, this will be welcome news.
Today?
Straight away?
No, gay away.
Yeah.
Bisexual away. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler?
How do I get myself into these situations?
Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart?
Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. Did you forget you were playing Ace Attorney?
A murder?
An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose.
That's easy to say.
But I should mention, just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment.
Hey.
Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law.
We can't possibly agree to such a test. We will be toying with a man's life.
I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable.
But you can't do that, can you?
I just did. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose.
So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged.
Oh no, lucky chicken.
Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen.
He's testing my resolve.
What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be?
What do I
Debbie!
But it's funny. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out.
15 seconds. Your decision-making skills needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it?
Sorry?
You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over.
Yes, Daddy Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato, but it was funnier this way.
It's
I
alright.
understand.
You do?
It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it.
What are you trying to say, madam?
I think what Mrs. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his client in the court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dark may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice.
Wait, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, was there something else?
It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time.
Then why are you wasting my time?
I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him.
What?
At this point, He can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down.
But that's awful.
But that is the truth.
Why does he have to be like this?
Damn British.
Oh my god.
Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with the chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you.
I'm really his only hope? Am I? Obi-Wan Kenobi?
You are. Use the Schwartz. So, what do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Daddy?
You said it wouldn't be an easy decision to choose whether to defend the man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh,
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend with Mother. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. She's taking me to get my haircut. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
What?
what? He's gone.
The Old Bailey.
If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once.
Just say just in case.
You get a game fail state because you saved instead of moving.
Yeah.
Careful. From this position, I can perform a suicidal takedown in an instant.
I know.
Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts immediately. If I need to try you, I will.
No. We should say I think we should hurry to the courtroom.
If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we are at Old Bailey.
Zabby!
Oh,
I'm gonna throw you.
Oh, I thought it was like something a little bit different. I'm disappointed.
If anything, this speaks to Susato's character.
Wow, this course looks just like the one at the
Wow.
beginning.
It's one day before my birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Jade. Yeah.
It's not my birthday, it's one day before my birthday.
Yeah. Thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my team were going to rather lose.
Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes series,
Ah.
and it worked quite perfectly.
I'm not sure you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die and we had to pay cold for the privilege.
Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started.
Yes, I suppose that.
Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all.
So this is the Old Bailey. I think I might have seen the Old Bailey, ironically, in February.
Did you commit a crime?
Let me just quickly Google. Old Bailey. I'm not sure. Maybe I saw it. Old Bailey, yes. Yeah, I saw the Old Bailey literally in February, and it might have been on the 18th too, actually.
Wow, I can't believe you committed a crime.
Yeah. It's just that I'm very into role playing, you know. So I just had to stay in character even before playing the game.
Yeah. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just having flashbacks. I'm feeling tense, that's all. This break gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday there was the one about to be crushed.
Yes. Whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
Is it going to be Herlock Sholmes?
Yes, it is I. I committed a murder. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir.
Like, Willy
my God.
Wonka?
What are you doing? Follow me here. Things are very desperate, aren't they?
Sorry?
Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are you?
We're from Japan, yeah?
Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you need?
No, we're just here because,
No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself. So I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and one strange, faraway land.
well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, so, yeah, I know.
'Tis grand, 'tis grand! Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now.
Ah,
1,000 guineas?
what am I going to do with all those guinea pigs?
I was waiting for that.
Please, Mrs. Heather, you don't have to shout.
But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over.
Could that much rain even fall in one day? But even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah, hit me in the eye.
That would have been so cool playing on the 3DS. Don't get me
Oh.
wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you to get no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me.
Oh,
To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial's about to begin, you see. It's for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now.
well, the thing is,
Don't worry about the thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial will be going to start without having any kind of representation at all.
So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. So yeah, was Irish again?
Yes, make your ears attentive. Yeah. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial?
Bluster and blazes. Do you not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names.
Okay, what is the name?
I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the centre of London is another beautiful park.
Sorry, a park? What?
It is called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot.
Google this. No, my.
I don't think McGilded Park is going to exist.
You never know. No, it doesn't exist. I mean, and probably circle. Inspired by something, but yeah.
I donated to the city, so I did.
An entire park? In central London?
A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Madness McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square of people.
I'm trying to get what the a joke is, but
He's Scrooge McDuck.
Okay. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary.
But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What's the matter with the London police, I ask ya?
Alright, don't pass out.
Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath.
Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands. We'll do our best.
What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I?
Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up next to you.
Oh, I think I see what's going on here.
Sorry?
I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! That's the only explanation! Well? Sebby, this isn't even consequential!
I don't care. Yes, exactly.
What now?
What? Like you said, if you have all that money, but you don't have anyone to present you in court, there's another logical conclusion that you're guilty of the charges.
And then Sholmes is also there, shocked, even though he isn't here. Well, you call a spade in the East, so you do.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean any offense. I still can't express myself very well in English to you see. And I'm never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't, so...
Is that so? Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what a blackguard must be.
Oop. I'm terribly sorry.
I can't say that I blame you for thinking it, fella.
It is a little strange, to be honest. Well, you don't have it all here, I mean.
That would be the fault of the Reaper.
Oh my god. Babe.
I wanted to make a dramatic pose.
Oh my god.
Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Beric van Zeeks. He's the prosecutor.
The prosecutor is a Grim Reaper?
When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs.
See, Von, Karma, Van, Zeeks.
Oh, you're right, Dave. Yeah.
Van Reisvelger.
And also
Hmm.
Zeeks in some languages like Dutch, it means, well, sick. So, I don't know, like, the Grim Reaper kills the sick or something.
And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
Ah,
So it's reached a desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's the living legend of the Old Bailey.
Goodness. Lord Barbachman Seeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then.
Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam.
and also look how he looks a bit like the guy from the original Ace Attorney with his, like, jewels and stuff.
Yeah.
Huh?
From, I
It's
think...
cursed.
I think it was in the second game. Oh no, or the first one. The first one, yeah. The third case, I think.
You're saying he looks like someone from Turnabout Samurai?
No, from the first game. The guy with the jewels who tried to accuse Maya. No, not Maya.
Oh, Red White.
Yeah,
I kind of see it in the suit, but
yeah. And also the
That's about
jewels on his hands.
oh, true. Yeah, he's very lavish.
Just what on earth?
The defendant said he didn't trust him. They think he lives in the courtroom. Trying to let you again.
His counsel. That would be me.
Oh, this time. Well then, fella, don't let me down.
Are you still going to pay us?
Oh my god.
I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened.
Until you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had.
Hmm?
I decided I'd have to defend myself in there.
How would that have worked?
But then you made an appearance, A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please.
I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him.
Mr. Naruto.
There's no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something Kazuma would never have allowed to happen.
What are you doing? You're making me start the trial. You need to make stand.
I'll be right there.
That was me. It's happening then. My first trial in British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, and the viewers.
I am.
Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. To be continued.
No.
Well, no, we only just started. Who would like to be the judge?
Me.
So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time.
Serene.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruto?
No.
No.
Oh. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again.
Hey! Oh no, my eye.
Bless you, baby.
I know, but I just can't help it.
God,
Do a
he's a
silly
vampire.
voice.
Bleh.
Santa
Baby, do a
Claus,
silly
yeah!
voice. Make a Santa Claus voice.
It's Santa. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus MacGilde.
Or McGuilty.
Got him.
I now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared.
That must be the Reaper of the Bailey.
Feels a crime to not have say on here.
He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld.
Also for the defense, did you appear to be Eastern? Do you speak English?
No.
Huh? Oh. Yeah, yes, of course.
Oh no, he doesn't.
But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
That cold shiver just ran down my spine. How do I do the tips of my toes?
No, Mr. MacGilde.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to trust your defense to this foreigner? It's racist.
Of course I am. I'm not racist or anything.
And that's the British for you.
As I've always said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East.
Little island.
Yeah.
It is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGillicuddy.
Oh, hey, gentlemen, did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day?
Mother, please, may we go play in the McGilded Park?
It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGillicuddy.
That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you, its members of the public, have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
And usually we are 6, so it would have been perfect, like one roll for everyone. Okay,
Oh,
I'm calling dibs with the guy with the knife.
I was
calling
about to
out
say
now.
that.
That's me.
Okay, then I'm going to take the first guy, and
I'll also take the woman in the green.
okay, then I'm going to take also the other guy with the hat, and Falcon can play
I'll be the maid.
the maid and the grandma.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're the maid and the grandma.
Yeah.
The maid
It's gonna be a
grandma.
clusterfuck, and I'm ready for this.
I want to be the maid. Yeah.
Yes, my lord. If it let me see which accent. I'm going to give him a British accent. Yes, my lord. If the task is to send the rotors to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Any criminals here will be soon wishing they'll never set their eyes on me.
No, Jay, you won't be talking today. I don't know why I want to. Yeah, I know, but he needs some more Irish general one.
Wait, I thought Falcon was the other guy with the hat.
No. He's the grandma and Okay, no, I'm going to give.
Oh, okay. You have both of the hat men. Gotcha.
Yeah. I think I'm going to give a French accent to the first one and Irish to this one, since he's drinking.
And not because he's wearing green.
Maybe. I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Hee. Must finish these mitts for my grandson.
Oh my god, this is so good.
Very glad to see that everyone's impartial.
Mr. Naruhiro, these people are...
The jury. Yes. That's something we don't have in Japan. Sorry.
I have never read
And for
about
some
it.
reason still don't.
Sorry, we don't have anyone to judge was it guilty or not.
That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these its jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from two completely different points of view.
But how
But
exactly
how
do the
exactly
jurors
did the
get their... You're
But how
supposed to know
exactly did the jurors give their verdict?
That I don't know, but
Susato, you're useless.
I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses.
Yes.
Omective. Secure Band 6.
My lord.
It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounce your fame.
How much did you stay in your coffin?
I am known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
Okay,
It's a
okay,
bird.
Mr. Castlevania.
It's more of a bat, but
A bat,
So,
bitch.
what makes you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware?
I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So, the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose the day of all this to make a comeback?
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity.
We must be the only ones here who aren't aware.
The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice Fired Mason.
Sorry? Thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
Oh my.
But I wasn't. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time.
I can't believe Willy Wonka killed the... Wait,
Oh no.
the guy from Alice in Wonderland.
Oh no, the Mad Hatter.
Alice?
Yeah. No.
A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical office in Scotland Yard.
Mr. Van Zieks, is this up to date?
That is to be seen.
Thank you, cousin. I shall accept that on the photograph as evidence.
And one further item of evidence. An updated autopsy report.
Yeah.
The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
Good lord, it's a blood council.
Yes, it was quite delicious. Yes, my
Oh my
lord.
god.
Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGuilty gloves had blood on them?
Who put blood on my precious gloves while I was wearing them?
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
How did I get into this? Let's examine. This is definitely blood, isn't it?
Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, let's go. I think I'll go too.
Yeah. Peace time. Yeah. Peace break. Peace break. Peace break. So yes, guys. Yes, I'm also gonna go for a piss break. Be right back, guys.
I'm the first one back, which means nobody can stop me from doing this. Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Jade, no! You're not gonna voice acting, you can't stop me!
Oh no! Jade stole the line. No!
I hope everyone's having a good day.
Yeah, you too, Jade. You're cool.
I'm not.
No, he's just. Yeah. I think the guy with the knife did it.
But who did have the knife?
I know, I don't know. But he also has a knife. The guy in the jury. Yeah.
But he's in the jury.
But he has a knife.
How could he stab the person in the omnibus if he was in the jury?
No, but he has a knife. And yeah. Why
But he's in the jury!
Why is it racist? He just has a knife. No, I'm not racist. That he has a knife.
Are you gonna tell us that you have a friend who has a knife?
I think Falcon did it.
No.
Arrest this man.
No, it wasn't me. I swear. It was the guy with the knife. Well,
He was in the
nothing will
jury.
come of Kremlin. It was a granny.
Wait, is Mr. McGuilty right-handed?
Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier.
Ah, pity. Oh, I think that's a joke about one of the cases from the original Ace Attorney. Like, but he was left-handed.
I think blood on either club would be fairly incriminating, really.
Cause of death, arrested within the abdomen with a knife while shooting died to the. Okay, that's it. Okay, there's a missing button that's going to
yes,
be
Dave.
very important.
Very important.
Maybe he's fat.
Oh no. No.
And it just couldn't stay shut.
No, he it was like me yesterday. He ate too many burgers.
Yeah.
Fucking how many
Yeah.
burgers did you have yesterday?
40. Yeah.
Fucking, that's not safe!
Yeah. I ate the whole restaurant.
Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only two passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time.
Two?
Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded.
Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
That's a
I
shame.
say he didn't kill him. Well, of course, I had no recollection of a teen.
My guilty.
To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't sure. I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Right in his stomach.
So the blood got into the gloves then, after the man had been killed.
Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning.
What? That's not all of it?
There were multiple witnesses.
But you just said there were only 2 people.
There were multiple witnesses. To the precise moment at which the brickmaster was fatally stabbed.
Order!
Order!
Oh my god.
Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. There is not a case of compelling evidence. Oh, this is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused.
Q Counsel, the circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command. Sorry, I wasn't here for a moment. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once.
Okay, more people.
That's just how he speaks. It doesn't matter how far away he is.
Okay, the third one has to be Falcon.
I'll take the first one. I don't even remember what they looked like. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls
Beppo.
me Beppo.
Pepe de Beppo.
I drive an omnibus in the East End.
He also looks French. I'm gonna give him a French accent. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. I am make cats for gents.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and waiting for the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well then, let's proceed with your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
What the
Please give the
witnesses
man a
saw.
blanket.
It was last past in the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right! He stabbed him! I screamed, I did, I couldn't help it!
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
An ambiguous testimony, I must say.
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, Counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As had been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There is no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage.
Now, wait. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus?
Well, no. Well, I'm only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is.
What? Do you mean the actual scene? How?
A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much.
Yes.
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building.
Oh my god, I'm such a fan.
That's right. The crime scene is evidence.
The crime scene. The crime scene has been added to the court records.
This case is nuts. Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus!
What the fuck? So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. It's like they're bigger on the inside.
Oh my god.
As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architectures and sights are to be had at the top of an omnibus.
I swear to god, if the case is that the guy who's dead wanted to actually murder McGuilty and just like tripped.
And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
Ooh, kinky.
Oh my god.
The penny drops at last, I see.
Penny, no.
These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when this murder took place.
Of course it's us two.
Who else would it be? The other guy was driving the bus. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. through the skylight.
That makes perfect sense.
Well, Counsel, this is a first. All my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
Sir, your hair.
Oh, thank you.
There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish.
Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
I wish they would actually write the crime scene has been entered into the courtroom record. I can't believe, did the crime scene enter that as evidence?
Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we?
The scene of a murder is horrible. Yeah!
Yay, it smells bad. Yay!
That's blood that soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously.
Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck.
Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder?
Well, it was after dark. Oh, and there was a lamp on here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack.
Oh, wait, yes, no.
A lamp? Okay. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event.
This has a handle, it seems. Oh,
Ooh.
this looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running.
Fitting jobs, tool to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the government to keep his things, I think. It seems.
There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store the luggages, that's for sure.
Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway.
Oh. Okay, it's the
Yeah,
same
it's-
thing. It's quite a large cart, isn't it?
Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck.
And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least.
Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then.
Wow.
So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here.
So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so?
I can imagine how cold it must feel.
That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment?
Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late.
Yeah, I think that's all.
The back bench, babe. Yeah. The second bench, babe. At the top. Oh, it's a... Yeah.
Wow, this roof deck sure is a roof deck.
Yeah. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary.
I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination. Wow, I just did that.
That's gonna happen a lot in this game.
Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, Counsel.
Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Are you insulting me?
Oh my god.
Alright. My first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Inosuke. Focus. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, that's right, yes, sir. Ever so cold. It was, sir, freezing, in fact.
And you had 4 passengers on board at a time, is that correct?
Yes, yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling at the same part of the bus. No, no.
There were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example?
You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none.
Excuse me.
No, I didn't want to click that. Sorry. It's the first.
Oh, how can I help you, sir?
That last statement, did you throw it somewhere?
Oh, not particularly, sir, no.
Maybe that happens. I hate quizzes,
Oh dear, sir. I hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see. Mr. Naruhodo, even the witnesses can see what's going through your mind. You really must be more careful.
Oh. Sorry, I tripped.
At least you don't get punished for that.
Okay, let me
Hold it.
repress a bit. We might have missed something.
I want to say the game will actually alert you whenever people have things to say.
I guess, yeah, but you never know. The game might be sneaky. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. Yeah, I think that,
Oh,
that's
yeah, because that interrupted it. Okay. I have to say, the boss insists on it running. He does. Every evening. The last parts of the day. Oh. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
Hold it.
And you saw them through the scarlet in the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the windows are right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them wore waiting hats and I couldn't make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilty. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilty is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else.
Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, The only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilden. There is no room for doubt here.
I really wish there was.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I only testify to that? Or are fair dinkum hard working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've already got his backup. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in other
My lord!
You're number 3? What's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up.
That does look like the same knife. Maybe
No,
not.
that one has blood on it.
No, that's not the same because
There's no
no,
hilt
no,
on
it's
this
not,
one.
no, it's not the same. No.
No crossguard, rather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait about what?
I don't like the stinking rich. Never have.
Then what are you?
They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them.
Oh,
And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. He's guilty as fuck. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway.
hold it. Well, that is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What? What is happening here?
Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales...
That's me.
Oh.
Sorry. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean...
Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh, now I'm even more worried than I was before.
Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. So for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare.
That's right! He stabbed him! I screamed, I did, I couldn't help it!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you?
Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about that new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge, great knife. A grim sight indeed.
Didn't help me at all.
God me.
I fucking hate the rich.
The jury look like they're even more convinced my client did than they were before.
That appears to have made everyone even more dubious, and Mr. McGilden is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First,
Yes, sir.
is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir.
Is that
Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel.
It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
please no?
That's right. M for Mario, perhaps. M for Magnus, perhaps. Or McGilded, possibly. Take
Or
your
McDonald's.
Or mummy?
pick. It didn't stand for McDonald's! Ronald McDonald would never kill that man! It seems this particularly big name in London made a magnificent big mistake.
You see, it's not actually an M, but a W, standing
You
for
see, it's actually... It was set to W for Wumbo.
or M for Mason. Yeah, I think I cracked it. Yeah.
M doesn't stand for thrice or fired. What are you thinking?
Objection. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. No, I just said that myself.
Are you and Naruhodo the same person? This
Maybe.
blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused.
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption,
Let me interrupt
I'd
you.
like to declare the defendant is guilty.
An honest letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded initials.
it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Is it?
Look at this M. You should turn it upside. Oh my god. I just said that too.
A W?
Yes, this is
And
one
if
of
you
those.
turn it, and if you
Turn
turn it
up-
45 degrees, it becomes 2 chevrons.
Yeah.
Yeah!
It's a turnabout case.
I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M.
Oh, all that it was squashed. Check to see.
That part is a sheath, isn't it? Are you right, Mr. Naruto?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I just don't really like blades.
Oh. Doesn't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist.
That's not a blade. That's because my soul. Anyway, there's no sense in
Damn
denying
right.
it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh, the blood is still fresh.
Ugh, that looks not. It surely is blood, the big sense.
An Englishman's blood looks like all the Japanese man's blood. See, inside we're all the same.
Did you think it wouldn't?
Yeah, I thought they had like black blood or something.
Oh my... Yes, I do understand.
I don't think there's anything else.
You're number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilder is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However,
Oh no.
those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to do?
Dispose of the rubbish.
No. Grandma, save me.
I don't wish to cause offense, but I'd like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime.
Hold it.
Hold it. I've painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Innocent! Oh, fuck! I really need to work on my aim.
Not again.
That's 4 out of 6 jury members could propose a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left.
We've had it. Every time I press this witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark.
I suppose I just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly.
We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back.
But... Alright. I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. So when it happened, only 2 people in the enclosed. Yeah, I think I didn't press the last thing. By accident, yeah, okay. Okay, alright,
Let's see what happens.
So when it happened, only 2 people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And so help me. 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend already.
I'm not to be pessimistic, but we don't seem to be in a rather difficult situation here.
What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGuilty really innocent? Or could it be?
But before we jump to conclusions, our first step should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to the Swiss statements again. A little more careful this time. I think it's just... what exactly did you see?
Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor, he was.
Wait, what?
But this evidence
Collapsed
proves
on the floor!
otherwise.
He was! And by the passenger, obviously you were referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaster. And the other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this.
But in the picture, the knife is still in him.
By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus Begilded. And then he plunged it down, like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
What? Again? How many stabbings? My lord, I wish to speak.
Yes, jury number 5. Do we take that you too?
As the most you've learned in this gate of courtroom, the idea for murder being committed in one of the city's courage is totally abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts too. I say to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has spotted CC. No, please, just keep it up in mind a little. Gee up now, Silver, please. The finish is in sight. Pepper is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says.
Thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir.
This is too unkind, sir.
Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man.
Grandma, help me.
I love the young people. Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then pray tell, where are you yet to announce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting.
I love his
Your
face. He's
fucking
like,
point is?
He's like, the fuck do you mean?
Excuse me?
There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McKildred Park, it's called. A gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have in him to take another man's life.
He's always doing wonderful things to the city.
That's right, I'm in luck. That's where step so went Jolie.
Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books?
I love how he had the same ideas to make a deep voice.
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is?
What kind of man he is?
That's right, I'm exposing him. The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded,
No, don't cancel.
has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls.
Sherlock?
The crows!
McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
Yeah, so the guy tried to kill them.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. I keep expecting to hear Zayon for some reason.
Oh, that's cute.
So has this thought not crossed your mind?
Sorry, I'm dying.
Stop dying, it's an inconvenience to my hearing. Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that.
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts.
Gracious!
The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his home. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded.
I don't know yet.
Hold it.
If I might add something briefly,
No!
you claim that the victim have been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim?
See, on this updated autopsy.
Fucking excuse me. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice in a court of law.
There it is. Number 6 Hollow Chalice.
Yes, as opposed to an unhallowed chalice.
but I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
Women.
Fucking women, am I right?
As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
A marvelous toast, Consul. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owner owed a considerable sum.
I have no idea what guineas actually are. I never heard of that.
They're guinea pigs.
Yeah.
This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
Oh dear, do you really think we ought look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our quaint detective friend, perhaps? Oh no.
It's a,
Actually, I wonder.
I assure you will not find Mr. Shaw's name inside.
Ah, good God.
Hello, my good friend. I was hiding inside this ledger.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen, of people's names, isn't it?
I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this courtroom is a man. Some are women.
Ah, goodness!
What is it? Are you being sexist?
Look at this. Do you see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay? Should that mean something?
Oh.
This is a strange family, actually.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment, the banker.
Oh, yes, of course, the banker. What is his name in here? Ah, he brought 20 guineas, did he? Look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
Hmm. Yeah, like maybe they work together with the wall maker thingy. So when he tried to stab McGuilty, well, he tripped, like I said at the beginning, or something like this.
And the accused had made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little part, too. But a scoundrel. Still. Maybe it's all for the best.
Wait a minute, let's think about this a little more before.
I don't stand for nonsense. Let me take my dictionary. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, so that's what's when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
Oh, the final verdict.
Oh! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense. All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement of this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. By delivering my final verdict, I trust there are no objections.
So to just one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense. What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
A summation examination?
A summation examination. From which century has that tome that you've been there? From what century have you resurrected that tome? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten. It's certainly no longer practiced. So, you're out of luck.
Oh.
What even is it, Mr. Sarah? This so-called summation examination?
Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
Stop closing the book.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese.
All right, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we will be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To the what, exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse the decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barrister would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality but not practical benefit, really, so it fell out of use. I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Still. I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
That's
Excuse
because your tongue is still outdated, Susato.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
No.
Sebby, please.
No. No.
No!
Yeah.
The defense wishes to assert its right. Okay, I can't read that examination.
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection. But if it's a right, it's a right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
Well, I'm not there's no intention of this in the letter I received, you see, so...
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision.
Oh, on what grounds?
You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, you rather putting us on the spot.
This is Master Regular. No mention was made of this before.
Slay.
I don't really hold with all this justifying lark.
You'll never speak again, Jade.
I have several speaking roles in this room.
It seems
I'm not
seems
just a
not.
woman.
You are to me.
No.
My pretty lady.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then. The summation examination. A defense procedure the practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around.
Will be it, though. Then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this most serious crime.
There's always no one else inside that garage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the kid. Fair fares in Armada. We haven't raised prices above 4 pences for years.
Control! Stop it! Floor! It could believe.
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully firm arguments, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. How do we figure out them? Use some very persuading right there.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruto.
Okay, so...
According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? I thought he was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Fortunately, once the jury have decided to defend this guilty, they are unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then...
Reach your conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
What on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruto.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see. So it's contradictions in what two or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off.
Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to make the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord. Oh. Oh yeah, I can.
So I
click on
believe I
plus.
know the answer in this case, but I want to see what you come up with first.
Yeah.
I can. Just in case, I'm going to save here.
Yeah.
Since
Is it bad that I've developed a visceral reaction every time I see you pull up the save menu?
I loved you.
Yeah.
Mm. But does this ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is?
I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to counts.
I see.
A single penny can mean the difference between life and death after all, can't it?
That's saying in your country?
The point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service will swear to that, sir.
Does that bench really need any more polishing?
So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilder in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish.
Ah, now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think.
Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jurors' statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. If you notice an inconsistency in what two different jurors are saying...
Yes, he says it was like 20 thing expenses, but one said that it was maximum 4 by people, so... I think... That's how much it costs to take the omnibus? That's right. As the good master, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. One
Yeah, now Sebi's talking to himself.
One fare, no matter which bus you take, or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes. And this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging into our cause. It's beyond the pale. It will lead to a decline in passengers, you mark my words. It's all the rascal's fault, he has to pay. Is it the crime of his bosses he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. Since the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dogs is guilty as sin. Objection. The two statements clearly contradict each other.
They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver's Blaze maiden name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far. Oh my god, actual animation.
Yeah, this game
Yeah.
rocks.
There were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. This is a fair and convenient single price. Just a well-known carriage should be paraded. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, math. Why I'm in the war?
Fuck you mean, man?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication... Sorry, I don't know if British people went to school, but...
It would be 16 pence.
Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, are precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes, in other words, on the omnibus at night, it's distinctly possible. There was another passenger we thought nothing about.
Good gracious!
This can be right. The coachman of the key, they're good, honest men. Unknown. There's one Vinicius or Butchwood.
The figures of your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
Pharisee.
Fallacy!
I beg your pardon?
You wanna fight?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, but we make it so this miserable trial doesn't end? Oh my god, so sad to please.
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales.
No, hold your horses here, coachman. Wait. I'm interrupting myself with myself. Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo.
Can I get in that fire, please?
Ah. This is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I want to do the same.
For the love of Mike. But you as well.
And it can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Aurélie?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto! You did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
Then that's where you must strike next.
So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in your assertions.
Exactly! You can do it!
So this is the one that I immediately saw.
Yeah, I think I did too. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
Okay, let me do a breakdance. I mean a breakdown. I think that's it, because she says it was on the floor and he says not on the floor. Those two statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain Kosopo's case.
Oh, dear me, I was only needing a jumper for the other half.
No.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you?
I don't think British people are going to school. They don't know math. They don't know words.
Oh my god, no. No.
We've heard from more than one witness that they all allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3.
What? Can't you see that I'm busy here?
Yeah, I can hear by your faint voice in the background. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it?
Huh. Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Struck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim baker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Fapley's testimony. Quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What?
There's my stitches. What a puddle.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh,
But why? Why the dickens would they lie?
I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen? In all good conscience?
Like you say, oh dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies.
I can.
The scales.
I don't believe it. Wait. And now hear this. My fellow jurors, I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him. His black suit, he's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? And so this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of what of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's see. The Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's see the victim collapse on the floor. And then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that,
Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you!
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this deal to you.
They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime?
Can I answer, babe?
I guess you
Can I give you a hint?
No. No, I mean Falcon, yes, you can.
Why not Jade?
No, because Jade, no.
Jade.
I kind
I
of think
think-
it could be possible, like, because they were like defending themselves.
But
Like,
Okay,
no, babe.
so
Yeah,
I'm gonna involuntarily give you my hint then. Check the court record.
Yeah.
yeah. Also,
Yeah.
this like he was never on the floor. So I guess yeah. That's what I said at the beginning. Like, he couldn't be on the floor.
Have you looked at
so-
all the evidence?
You know, this missing thing is bugging me.
Maybe it's just a weird fashion sense.
You know,
You have a thing that states how many times the victim got stabbed.
oh yeah. I get it. Yeah, once. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, Jinx? Come on, tweet it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize I'm only doing my job? As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I see the two witnesses to two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. As proven by my armbands. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once?
Pray forgive my discourtesy for asking. When did you receive this autopsy report?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times.
All right, I concede defeat.
Wait, that means forgers are now linked to not guilty.
We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won.
But I haven't said he's innocent yet.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me.
But we had consensus.
I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if that chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and save every last hair off his head.
Please tell me he's a barber.
Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. The trial must continue.
What is this bullshit?
I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
So, Lurban 6 continues to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
I need a fucking drink after this.
Oh my god.
Having savored the rich aroma of the common contents of this hollowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lurban 6?
Is it cold in here? Is it just me?
As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to this charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Let me get a closer look of you.
You can get as close as you want. All the better for me to bite at you. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation and examination we just had to endure. Yes, sir. That I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio.
He's Italian. Yeah.
Dio Brando?
Oh my god. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it.
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blurred girl inside as well. It's all too much.
I told you, I saw McGill stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The Phantom Thief.
Persona! Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I forgot who I am.
Who am I?
The phantom fifth passenger, conjured it into existence by my learned Eastern friend, never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage.
Beppo, explain yourself.
Oh, it's terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The coach fare is 4 pence across the board. You know it. am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny fare?
It's so cold, and the last one of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, Coachman.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild.
Funny, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
Four passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out different.
Wow, you know math. No, not that figures.
Well, it wouldn't appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summonation examination today.
Yeah.
I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
Absolutely. So there were only 4 passengers in the carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right?
It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. It was so cold. That's all I could do to stop myself passing out.
I'm getting childplanes just listening to you. Children, sorry.
It was
Child.
terrible. So I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger?
You're thinking get it hell for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger in the omnibus that night, then we have had another suspect. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4?
Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir.
Just as I told you that I did.
Fair of 5 pence across the board.
Are you okay, sir?
The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone. Dead and buried.
I have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place.
If he told us on the fair, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well.
This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume?
Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror of, in the eyes of a man, the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
What the fuck? I just said you did!
Good gracious, really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it.
But Mr. Fist didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. It may turn out to be very significant.
I heard the banker's gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see, that's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. What is it, Jade?
Yes?
What is it, Jade?
I think he's hitting at something. So you said to defend Mr. McGilty was stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said. Isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there?
What is it, Jade?
He's making the Beppo who's called.
There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence.
Then what are we wasting all this time? It's black and white. This man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jaws with me. Wish I could look what it was. Oh yeah, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Well, yes, that's right.
You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice-pick grip.
I suppose I might have, yes, with the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure, but most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck.
Oh, I expect that was me, sir.
I screamed like a bitch. Then when I turned around, yes, and I saw through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking out of his midriff. Yes, that's right. And the fellow holding the handle was a famous man. Yes.
So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all?
No. I really thought he did, but when I go over it again in my head, no. Suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Are you good, sir?
I'm very hungry. In fact, now that I come to think of it, it must have already happened when I heard the scream. Of course.
This goes with it. No, it goes with the saying. Sorry, I was French for a bit. I really wish she had said it.
I apologize for being French. The autopsy report makes it clear that the victim was stabbed only once. Which means the banker was witness to the fatal wound that ended Mr. Mason's life.
Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this coast again and blah.
If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something helpful as they did before.
Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happen stop us from uncovering important new information.
Yes, you're so right.
I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses.
Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strong way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason.
Okay, so... This one. No! I didn't want to click on A.
Well, you were gonna need to. I assume that you were wanting to
Yeah, I wanted to
get
press
the
it.
other person's thing, right?
Yeah, but I click on A by accident.
Oh, you proceeded instead of pressing. I understand. When the camera faded to Naruhodo, I just automatically assumed that was a press.
Hold it! Struth! Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? No, you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are... What is even the... Yeah. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus days. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballara day. It was a crime scene. I don't mind telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
Oh, excusez-moi if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
Would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that. Alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. It kind of looks like Jonah Jameson again. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof? To the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. Shit, Mike. You're killing me. There was a lamp inside the carriage as well. So I'm quite sure what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it.
When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhiro, that's when you should have a good look through the court record.
I mean, we've played this game over 10 hours. I think we understand Sasuto-san.
I don't know. Who needed to be reminded about stabs?
Sasuto-san, please. I know what I need to do. No, I clicked again. Too much, no. Let me skip faster.
Objection!
Objection. Blood soaked. Hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying on a little sick, but anyway. There was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but it wasn't very fair play of you. What? Here are the clothes worn by the defendant and Mr. McGuilty on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain here. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Ugh. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Ugh. But, no, that couldn't be right.
So you're the liar here then!
Gah!
That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands.
Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Well,
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
objection. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Wait, Mrs. Banker, for pity's sake, my work should be to gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe, upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case?
Sonoruchiro, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide on this trial completely.
My lord,
Yes, counsel.
defense is ready to prevent evidence.
You're going to prevent the evidence.
Are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGuilty.
Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
No, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGuilty were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Oh. Ah. Non, 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 ce n'est pas possible.
Order! Mr. Play.
Yes, my lard.
Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright. Now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilda's hands. Both of them. Objection. And yet only one of the defense's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Oh, thick string.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens.
Seeing what?
But not, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
What? What?
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony for all of you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make my super... Ho, 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 ho. Mr. Naruto, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. There was blood in both hands on the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage. Or we all would have seen.
Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated.
I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. The man's community convenience is That's really not what this testimony is about. Zion still isn't here.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating with the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
Very well. Your cross-examination, please cancel.
Yes, my lord. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night of the question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless. I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his heads. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why?
Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers.
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance. That's what you know. For crying out loud, you know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was guilty? Well, that's entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend.
I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir.
This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness.
Is that really how it's supposed to work? You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands?
Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGill's clothes has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGill sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir.
He wasn't wearing these gloves?
That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly.
It's true that the dark colored stain on the darker leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see.
I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accuser on the night in question reported that there were no trace of blood on Mr. McGilt's gloved hands.
There wasn't blood on his hands?
This is puzzling indeed.
This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. You didn't see anything?
Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir. I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir. I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Webber, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London Street, no?
I am blind.
Oh, please. You didn't even see it.
It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service on London's cold winter nights.
Beppo!
Ah!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place.
Well, I didn't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right. I need a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the genocide just gestured at me to clear off. He pulled his middle finger, so I had no choice but to climb out to the roof deck and look down longingly to the warm cabin below, where he flew the bird at me again.
All I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed.
Unequivocal, I would say.
I'm not sure about these two witnesses, but could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight?
Safe, 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 safe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Babe, I think I might have to go soon, babe. Yes, because I need lunch.
We've been going for a while.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, we can stop here, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's stop on a cliffhanger like always.
Oh yeah. To make it more suspenseful.
Who knows what'll happen next?
Yeah. It's getting good.
Was it all because of the French?
Oh my god.
Perhaps
Yes,
it
the
was
French is
the
good.
friends we made along the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me see who's live. Has anyone tried the knocking feature on Twitch?
It was a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, how does it even work? Like, how to even join? I think you have to be on Google Chrome.
What is it, babe?
No, to use the knocking feature, I think you have to be on Google Chrome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just like
Oh,
to
no.
the thingy to you know, the collaboration thingy.
Yeah.
I guess I could raid Laney.
Yeah, Lenny's a good bean. Yeah.
The rest message is sorry I'm late because this is very funny. and I absolutely didn't make this joke 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you, Jade, for being the only one here today.
Yes, it
I
did you.
was?
You're really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really fun. Yeah.
So, I mean, you're not being here on next week anyway because of your moving, but don't worry because we're not streaming
I
this
am
next
having
week.
a good time, despite. Oh.
Oh. Oh, Jade, you said the forbidden words. Yeah, I made a
Isn't that what you're supposed
comment.
to do with raid messages? Like, you post it once in the raiders chat, and then the raid happens.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I have like a comment that if you say sorry I'm late, my account is going to say that's my line.
Yeah, it's very good.
But yes, we're probably going to continue in 2 weeks. So maybe you'll be settled by then.
Probably not, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, well,
Hopefully,
Just-
everyone else will be good on that day.
yeah. Okay, the raid raided.
Okay.
Yeah.